In the city of London, it is very late. The night wanes. There are only a couple hours left before the growing color in the sky is outshined by the rising sun. But tonight there is a new face in the city this evening. The Cainite returning from some time spent away. The Nosferatu Simple Simon makes his way somewhere in the city as we catch up to this new individual with this lovely face. Simon, can you give us a description of what we see and maybe where Simon is when we find him at these few hours before dawn, somewhere in London?
Simon is actually wandering right now around the Port of London. It used to be one of his favorite haunts back when he was originally living here in the city, before circumstances caused him to leave for a while. He is not the typical sewer-dwelling Nosferatu, so he dresses actually quite well. Not in rich fabrics like silk or anything like that. His clothing is still homespun, but he does tend to wear gloves and cloaks and other signs that he's of the middle class. And rather than showing his face openly, he does wear the hood of his cloak up and a canvas bag over his head. Although the bag has been painted in such a way to make him look more like an entertainer than a leper. The only thing that might give away his unnatural appearance is the strange look of his eyes peeking out from the two holes in this bag. They don't look human, as they don't have any eyelids anymore. They're just sort of gray discs implanted in his skull.
So do we see him moving from shadow to shadow across the street, or does he avoid the actual cisterns and waterways?
No, he doesn't mind walking along them at all, as a matter of fact. If it looks like he's getting too much attention, then he might duck out of sight and make himself scarce for a while.
Simon would definitely remember from his brief stay in London before that the easiest transportation throughout the city would have been through the waterways, but he would have quickly noticed a significantly denser presence of patrols previously never seen through the waterways. There are kine walking through them, just searching, and this proves to slow down and conflict with most means of getting from one place to another, and might actually cause Simon to go topside. It might actually be easier for him from time to time. But this would definitely be an odd revelation as he returns to London.
So long as the kind remain sparse, he will be cordial with them, not letting on that there's anything strange about him at all, with a simple hello here or a wave of his hand there. Right now, he's just getting a sort of lay of the land, and he's not liking what he's finding. It might be time to seek out other Nosferatu in London and see what's up.
Actually, in fact, the first contact Simon made not terribly long ago upon reaching London again would have been Tristan, and he would have been quite forthcoming with answers in bringing you up to speed, Simon, which actually somewhat surprises you, as he historically wasn't so quick to say anything substantive. The kind beneath the streets and the waterways seem to be some effort by the powers that be to create problems and literally flooding the sewers with kind to make passage by the Nosferatu more difficult, under the auspice that they are searching for rats' nests and clearing out the waterways, and that they are sanitarians. But this is a poorly veiled explanation. It is clear that someone has leveraged power to make this more difficult than it needs to be. Tristan also explains to you his concern with the integrity of the Nosferatu clan in London, as he did to Greyrat, and how both you and Greyrat are now the only two he believed were clear of his suspicion, and you only because you were not in London. The events that have unfolded in the past week or so get explained to you, and Tristan ends up leaving you with the task of connecting with Greyrat at first chance, whom had left hours ago in search of some other Cainite, and his last suggestion to you is to contact the sheriff and see if perhaps the sheriff knew Greyrat's last direction. But of course, it's entirely up to Simon what direction he takes at this point.
Once he's done at the port, then, just having a look around, he will head towards the nearest Elysium that he knows of, if it still stands, to see if he can find the whereabouts of the sheriff first.
You find that Pop Lolly's the most common social gathering area of Cainites within London still stands, though it is remarkably remote compared to the few scarce times you happened upon them in your early nights as a fledgling. You only see the face you recognize as Rebecca Godfrey. She seems to be idling in a otherwise vast and large open chamber, mostly left to herself. But she guides you in the direction of Sheriff Jack Timbers, the domain of which you also would be familiar with.
He's glad to see the sheriff hasn't picked up shop and moved, so he'll pay him a visit tonight.
Alright. We are going to switch scenes as Simon moves to meet the sheriff.
He shudders at how remarkably uncomfortable Elysium still makes him, and remembers why he stayed away for so many years in the first place.
Familiar with the city, you know the sheriff's domain, the neighborhood he historically tracked through in his usual stomping grounds. Finding him is no trouble for you, and along these rows in the somewhat poorer area of town, you find Sheriff Jack Timbers in his oversized and loose-fit coat as he stands just outside one of these looming triple-story homes that peer out into the street. And his arms are folded across as he looks down to a young, petite-looking woman. You're actually unfamiliar with this face, but you can see that she's a dainty thing wearing a dark green and black gown, dark shoulder-length brown hair, and a somewhat morose, sorrowful look on her small, oval face. She seems to be making some kind of plea to the sheriff. You catch the tail end of this as you come close enough to hear. He should have returned by now. Most certainly. It will be done within the next hour or so. You're sure you have not seen him return yet? Or perhaps the prior with him, Greyrat? The sheriff shakes his head grimly. He has not kept me abreast of his intentions. I did not even know either had left this evening. There's plenty of cottages and holes for him to crawl out under there. Bother me no more with this usurper. He is my hound, but I am not his keeper. The young woman writhes her hands, looking unsatisfied but at a loss.
This is the point when Simon takes the opportunity to step forward. Good evening.
Both of them seem a little surprised. Rose had her back to you, and she is a bit startled to see you. Oh, how do you do? The sheriff is silent, but more or less recognizing you, he gives you a solemn nod. So you're back.
If I didn't know better, I'd think you was unhappy to see me, Sheriff.
Well, it's just that we have not that much longer till dawn. I'd rather find a meal and then be done with this evening. And I seem to be hounded and bothered every turn I take in this city.
The perils of being a sheriff, I'm sure. And beneath his canvas, he smiles, but he will give a mock bow with his arms held wide. I, too, need to molest you for a while, if that's all right.
Of course you do. What do you need?
I'm looking for me clanmate, Grey Rat. I heard his name just now, didn't I? And he'll glance over at Rose.
Well, yes, I'm looking for Galford de Ipswich. The two of them were together. They left many hours ago earlier in the evening. I expected them to return, but I have not seen them yet.
Galford de what?
The sheriff interrupts at this point. One of my new hounds. He's a real son of a bitch.
I like him already. Do go on.
Rose continues. Well, I believe they were going in search of a Cainite, another one of the sheriff's hounds. Deborah bint Ali. Apparently she was abducted or some such, and they went out to see if they could find her, I believe. That was hours ago.
Well, that is unfortunate, isn't it? And he'll take a pose as if he's thinking deeply. And I suppose it's too close to dawn for me to go looking for them, eh?
Rose brings her fingers up to her lips, anxiously looking out into the streets, into the city, in thought. Well, I don't know. Perhaps. I believe they were going quite far out, but I am no hunter. I could not possibly track them.
Well, you see, that's where the sheriff comes in. And he'll turn his gaze back to Sheriff Timbers.
Oh, what's this?
We may not be much hunters, but you are. That's why I came to you, you see. I thought you might be able to help me.
Help you find your own clanmates, my hounds, which supposedly are supposed to be capable of accomplishing something on their own without my constant supervision. You're asking me to go find them for you.
I'm not asking anything, Sheriff. Just wondering if you might help. I see now I've made a mistake, much to my misfortune.
I would go with you to find them, but I do not know if we have time this evening.
Not Grey Rat, oh my god. Simon will actually look up at the sky kind of gauging how long they might actually have.
Let me look at your sheet really quick. You're really not sure any more than what Rose said to the sheriff earlier, perhaps an hour or two. Simon would at least be familiar to know enough with the area to know that even the Deadwood Forest to the south is no less than an hour by foot, and that's the closest wilderness, really, there is to London.
Very well. What was it? Rose?
Yes, Rose Keaton, the Tremere liaison.
Tremere? This is interesting. What say you I send out a scout tonight? See if he or she can find the lay of the land, maybe track down our wayward friends. And then tomorrow night, should the news be favorable, you and I can set out in search.
Rose's eyes light up at this idea, and she clasps her hands together. Oh, yes, that would be wonderful. If you can do that. Can you do that? That would be the best.
I'm just full of miracles, Miss Rose. You wait and see.
Excellent, so it sounds like you have your own plan. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, yes, Sheriff. You are excused.
He gives you a bored, mildly annoyed look as he turns to walk down the street. Where should I meet you tomorrow evening?
Well, that is an interesting question, you see, for I do not have a haven in this city now. I'll have to find some place to hold up for the night.
The last place that I saw them depart was west outside the city, but I suppose for the coming dawn, well... She pauses for a moment, looking at you. Well, I do have my own haven outside of the Tremere Chantry.
Oh.
I rarely use it, but if you're going to help me find Galfred, I do not see why not.
Why, that's a splendid idea. Splendid. And yes, of course I'm going to help you. We have a mutual interest.
She nods slowly. Very well, then. Please follow me.
So I shall, and we can chat along the way. What do you say?
She nods quietly, if not somewhat uncomfortable. And so we'll change scenes as you and Rose disappear into the streets of London as dawn slowly approaches. We will... It's not a very far walk at all. It's not a very nice neighborhood that Rose brings you to. Though you recall there are worse parts of London. Far dirtier, in fact. among these many overhanging stories of the ever full, ever cluttered London, Rose leads you into one of these buildings and up one of these staircases into a nondescript unit, as it were. There's very little inside, and very little space as well. It's quite cramped. The ceiling is quite low. There is only the one cot. There's a simple wooden table that's somewhat worn and certainly not of the finest craftsmanship. Really the bare necessities. An armoire off into the corner, likely filled with a few sets of clothes. Rose turns to you as you enter her quaint home. It's not much, but it will protect us from the day, and I have a certain measure of certainty that we will not be bothered during the day.
Not much. Why, Rose, this is a palace. You should be proud.
She looks around at her modest domain, but does not reply to you. Simply walks over to the bed and sits down in thought.
I shall need to go outside to roust my scout.
Yes, very well.
But I'll be back in a jiffy, don't you worry.
She says no more, letting you leave as you wish.
And he will go downstairs and outside again.
All right. And you are left to it. Outside, you find a similar long stretch of tall buildings, more homes. It's very late out, or perhaps extremely early, depending on your perspective. No one is outside. There are puddles of muck and debris and the odd overturned barrel. But again, you know that there are far worse places in London.
He'll actually be looking around at the tops of buildings and windowsills and such, looking for a collection of birds, perhaps ravens or other such night creatures.
All right. Are you making use of any disciplines, or are you simply scanning?
He's just looking right now, but he plans to.
Make a perception, alertness, difficulty 6. You do see that the tops of some of these buildings do have a few rows of crows sitting together. It's not many, it's 3 or 4, you think. One flies off, another returns.
Then he'll stop. And he'll use his powers to call out to one of them.
Alright, what power would you like to use?
If they're close enough that he can just contact them as it is, without Call of the Wild, then he will do Whispers to the Wild instead.
Okay. Manipulation animal can... Difficulty 6. Most of them ignore you, but one immediately flaps its wings and caws as it slowly glides down to greet you and lands a few feet in front of you, folding in its wings and walking forward slowly, looking you in the eyes.
Good evening, my winged friend.
It flaps its wings once, but continues to stare.
My, have you nothing to say?
In its simple, crude language, it asks you what? The simple caw.
Simon looks taken aback and he puts his hand to his breast, though he knows the animal won't understand that gesture. It's the gesture of a man who's long suffering.
Is everyone going to be testy with me tonight? Very well then, I'll keep it simple. I need your help finding someone.
It seems to wait in silence for you to explain.
One like me who wanders the night. He'll be about yay tall,
And he'll hold his hand about Grey Rat's height.
rather surly fellow. Likes to wear masks, pieces of thing over his face. You understand?
It caws in an affirmation.
He will have gone that way, and he'll point roughly in the direction that he thinks Rose said they had gone. Or the sheriff, rather.
The crow continues to sit, seemingly waiting to see if you are done or if you will elaborate more.
He'll be traveling with others. Other menfolk. You don't have to get close, and should you accomplish your task, by tomorrow evening, there'll be a big hunk of meat in it for you. Or whatever else you want, really.
Make an additional charisma. Animal difficulty is going to be 5. You notice immediately at the mention of food that this thing's head perks up, and that it seems to give you more focused direction and attention than it was. It starts to take off immediately, unless you should say more.
See you tomorrow night, he says, and giggles to himself.
And so the crow leaves. You suspect these last words were a great catalyst in increasing the attention and duration that it might have searched otherwise. And it disappears into the sky, leaving you your last remaining time before dawn.
He sighs and heads back upstairs to Rose, pleased with himself. Without thinking, on the way up, he pulls off his bag, revealing his face, hoping she... Well, not hoping, because he wasn't really thinking about it.
Make a perception empathy roll, difficulty 7. You immediately notice the increased discomfort in Rose as she sees your full face and form, noticeably flinching. She does not hide it very well, at least not from you, though she perhaps catches herself and tries to comport herself at the sight of you.
I know, it's just awful, isn't it? I hope you won't let this, and he gestures to his face, get in the way of a very pleasant relationship.
Oh, well, you're still a far cry more tolerable than Galfred's other companion.
Yes, he's in fact the one I search for. Don't ask me why. Okay, ask me why.
Why?
Because I was told to.
There seems to be a lot of that going around.
In any case, I will not trouble you further with this visage tonight, if you'll just show me to where I'll be resting.
Oh, well, you may take my bed. I do not need much. And she stands up from her bed as if to offer it.
Oh my, that won't do. I can sleep on the floor. It's no worry to me at all. Lovely woman like yourself needs her beauty rest.
Rose seems to be caught with her tongue pressed against her mouth, against the roof of her mouth, unsure of exactly how to respond to the compliment. But she returns to sitting, folding her hands across her chest. Yes, well, I suppose I will get to rest early and see you tomorrow evening.
Indeed.
She says as she reclines back. Though not exactly relaxing, she seems to keep an eye on you as she lays back.
And he does watch her for a while, watching him, even offering at one point, "Should I put the bag back on?"
No, it's just... I do not often share these quarters with other people. It is a strange experience.
I myself am rather taken aback by it, I must admit. But I'm hoping it can be pleasant. After all, I'm not a danger to you.
Of course.
Well then, I suppose I bid you good evening.
She nods and seems to relax somewhat. And the two of you inevitably fall into slumber as the day forces you into sleep. We transition. Some number of hours, not many hours ago, as we move outside of London. We return now to the grisly scene, the shallow cave southwest of London. A littered mess of entrails and viscera of the countless dismembered and disemboweled humans. Small puddles of old blood. Rib cages and various bones protruding from the piles, as well as a certain set of desiccated bodies of a multitude of destroyed vampires, including the hound Deborah bint Ali, as well as perhaps one Cainite that still lives. And amidst this carnage stands a horrific wrap of black tendrils writhing and billowing over the Bruja Ford, whose face is only barely revealed through the black convolutions. His ruined face is missing a nose, which only adds to the hideousness of his countenance. And just as the three Cainites gathered around begin to question him about his intent and target, all are interrupted by the distant sound of something like a long, echoing hiss. And even Ford, having been induced into blubbering by something, stops to listen to this.
Yes, I believe we've overstayed our welcome. Let's stake him and move on.
Galfred looks tense, but he does quickly pick up the bolt that he had previously used in the struggle and very unceremoniously shoves it through Ford's chest.
Distracted by the sound, Ford lets out a small cry, but it is very short-lived as his face, alit with horror and surprise, is frozen in place as you drive the wood through him, and he is staked, torpid, amidst these black tendrils. I need to send a couple things. Sorry, I'm answering a couple messages.
Galfred looks very tense as suddenly he stops and his eyes flutter shut and he steps and he one hand reaches up and braces against the mouth of the cave as he seems to be assaulted by something in his mind. After a moment, the feeling passes, but far too slowly, and he opens his eyes to look at the other two, Tito and Grey Rat. We have to get out of here.
Where do we go, Galfred? We have not the time for this.
You don't understand. We have to get out of here. Now!
I will need a wits survival roll from everyone, standard difficulty. Bearing in mind, if you do not have survival, it's at one difficulty higher.
Oh, well, my result is the same.
Yeah. And I need a roll from Tito.
Sent you one.
Oh, I see it. Okay. So a thought crosses some of your minds.
Grey Rat will close his eyes and begin to mutter something a sort of voice, although the speech cannot be recognized as he seems to be speaking to himself.
Okay.
Actually, at this point, each of you, on some level or another, all recognize that something is coming and that you do not have much time before it gets here.
Galfred quickly picks up, or rather, as best as he's able, drags Ford out of the cave. Standing outside the mouth of the cave near the bloody corpse of Grey Rat's dog, what is the lay of the land that I'm looking at currently?
It's pretty barren. There's not many trees for some ways. It's many boulders and craggy cliff faces, which somewhat obscure the view of the farther out areas. So you cannot see very far, but you know that there is not much except for boulders and dead land.
Galfred takes charge of the situation as he rolls his sleeves up and begins chanting and drawing a circle in the dirt at his feet, mixing some of the dog's blood with it as he's quickly scratching out hermetic sigils into the dirt. Completely focused on his word, he says, "Grey Rat, can you get out of here on your own?"
I can get out of anywhere on my own. My only concern is the cargo, the bodies. I need all three.
Then grab one. I will take Ford. I will get Ford, myself, and Tito out of here.
Very well. If I can, I will buy you some time. As he reaches down, and at this point he picks up Deborah's body and slings it over his shoulder as he begins walking towards the mouth of the cave.
So, quick note about the bodies. Deborah's remains only requires 2 strength. The unknown Nosferatu requires 5, and Ford requires 6 to move without any penalty. And Tito, with your wounds, you are at half speed.
Galfred beckons to Tito. He's quickly motioning him over as he drags Ford into the center of the circle that he's drawn. "Get over here, Highborn."
Tito will take the hint and step into the circle.
"I've never tried this before. Just relax your mind and allow me to do what is going to come next."
Tito nods.
All right, concentrating, knowing that their lives are at stake, Galfred is going to spend a willpower point to focus his entire being into this spell. He's never attempted to lift this much weight before, but he feels that they have no choice as he uses the power of the sigil in the air, begins to quaver, "Ego vocabu in fuga votutum," as he begins to concentrate. I'm going to invoke the power of Potestas Modus.
All right.
All right, and I'll let you know how much I'm spending.
Okay.
All right, one more. Come on, come on. All right, so that's 4 successes. And immediately what we see is Galfred and Ford's body and Tito, essentially everyone standing inside the circle, immediately levitate. All three of them lift up off of the ground as Galfred continues to chant. Tito, you're actually pulled clean off of the ground and sail high up into the air as Galfred immediately opens his eyes, and without further ado or much more ceremony, the three of you actually sail off as he speeds the three of you forward off into the night air as quickly as he is able, concentrating with all the power of his mind to get the three of you out of there. And you see this, Grey Rat. You see them actually take flight from this circle and sail off into the night.
Grey Rat stands for what seems like at least a little bit longer than he should have as he watches you go, but he quickly shakes his head and while he's looking around, begins to take off down the road in the way that they had previously came. However, he is trying to obfuscate himself away.
Alright, so we back up and recap so everyone's getting enough attention here. Grey Rat, you see that the mass of birds you have summoned, a number of them seem shaken by something, but with the great concentration you spend and focus, you do see a good number of them start to head in an eastern direction and descending in altitude towards something off in the distance. You don't see what. It's too obfuscated in that direction from rock faces and boulders. And Galfred, to make sure I understand, you're using Potestas Motus to move you, Tito, and whom?
Ford's torpid form.
Okay. In what direction?
Towards London. They've essentially to launch the three of them from the ground and fly off towards London.
So we're headed east.
Yeah.
Before I set you up for failure, I'm going to have you make Wits Alertness roll difficulty 6.
Both of us?
You're not in control of this flight.
Ah.
Does my aspects help?
This is more of a rationality thing. Alright, let me quickly send you something.
Okay, well, I'm headed back to London, whatever direction that is. I don't remember what it was, but Galfred would.
It's in that direction. You were going to the right direction. It's just that you've been pincered, as it were. You would have to go in a different direction first, or...
Galfred is confident that as high up as they are, nothing could harm them. The only thing is to maintain their altitude. And I should mention, we are very, very, very high. Every round that we fly, we're actually getting higher and higher. We're actually getting another, 80 feet in the air with every round we fly.
All right, you will have to continue that willpower roll until you've made 5 successes to keep it for the scene.
Okay, I've got 4 so far.
Okay. So then... And Grey Rat, which direction are you going in?
He is backtracking, taking the exact same route that he had previously taken while he was accompanied by Galfred. He's leading himself directly back to the gate at which they had started. I don't remember which way that was.
I think it would be north for you. The actual direction isn't terribly critical. You're just not going in the same direction that this thing seems to be coming from.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me double check something really quick. Okay. Yeah, it's well within your power to move that much weight. I was just double checking. So, Galfred, you see that as you leave the carnage behind, this cave behind, and Deborah's remains, and this Nosferatu, as you, Tito, and Ford's torpid body fly into the air, you rise above the boulders. It's quite impressive. It's quite an experience actually to fly through the air and rise high into the sky. You can see off in the distance the line of the woods and the fields as it starts to open up beyond the rock faces, and you do see something far below as it has been coming in your direction. And it most certainly sees you because it pauses as you begin to fly towards it and over it.
Galfred is, and I should reiterate, as they get higher and higher up into the air, and they may even run into some fog. They are flying at a very strong clip, about running speed, very very quickly through the air. It's actually so fast the air is whipping back over them, and Galfred, he's actually stretching his arms out behind him, trying to concentrate and keep them aloft with all his might. He knows if he drops them, they're done for from this height, particularly with that creature in the area, and he concentrates to try and keep them aloft, but he is going to be sharpening his senses with heightened senses to look down and focus his vision as much as his auspex can possibly push it, to focus his long-range vision down at the creature to get a look at it.
Alright, go for perception alertness, difficulty 8 minus your auspex. I will let you know what you get. So you start to make out some of the details of this thing as it actually stops and sees the three of you floating high above the air. And it watches the three of you for some time. Make one more willpower roll. You only need one more success to have your flight for the scene.
Galfred will be spending another willpower point. He has no desire to fall.
Okay. You completely pull it off. You have full control over you, Tito, and Ford. you feel this control and this certainty that you are out of harm's way for as long as you need to be, and you are far out of reach of this thing. Even if it could ever hope to throw something, it would have to be of incredible strength and accuracy, but you do not see this thing making any moves like that. It seems to watch you as you actually go past it further east, and you begin to draw in close towards the edge of the woods. And Go ahead.
All right, at that moment, Galfred is, as they're flying like birds through the air, I mean, the wind is whipping past them. He's going to twist around as suddenly as his mind can relax just a little bit as he realizes that he's in full control of them. Galfred's going to twist back to look at Tito. "We're even now, High Clan!" As he twists back around, and he's going to pull Grey Rat's dagger out from within his the folds of his leather jacket, and concentrating upon Grey Rat's dagger, I'm going to be casting a ritual, commune with K-Knight.
All right. The last you can see from so high up is this thing turning back in the direction of its lair, of the carnage you left behind. It's continuing in that direction. We turn over to Grey Rat, who has been making steady progress. Actually, I'll have you do a Dex Athletics Dex Athletics to see how far you're getting.
Okay. Difficulty 6?
Yeah.
And I should mention that if the creature is giving it, he should be moving at half his movement speed for the swarm of birds attacking him.
Oh, that's a good point. Didn't think about that.
Unless he wishes to waste a turn to dodge them.
Alright. So, the way this is going to work for you, Grey Rat, is... Well, the way it's going to work for him is he's actually at difficulty 7, not 6, because those birds are slowing him down quite a bit. But you need 10 successes to clear the area that you will be quite certain that you'll be free of this imminent area while this thing closes in on that area.
Galfred is going to be tapping into Grey Rat's mind directly while he is doing this, giving him the exact position of the creature from where he could see it, hopefully aiding him in avoiding the creature as much as possible. If that gives any mechanical benefit.
It will if it gets close enough.
And as Grey Rat is running, he's holding the body of Deborah over his shoulder, his gnarled, elongated fingers wrapped around her torso as he holds her. He seems to be stumbling. He's having problems running while he's injured. So it is making things a little bit harder for him as he starts slipping on stuff, leaving small trails of blood behind, but he is holding his wound, trying to keep it in as he runs, trying his best, and he is actually quite skilled at not leaving a trail behind him.
Alright, go ahead and roll your Dex Athletics again. So Galfred, as you more or less stay at the far perimeter high above, almost high enough to reach the clouds, particularly with the sun coming up and the light growing in the sky, things are starting to get a little bit clearer for you, for better and for worse. And you can see that this creature is fast. It is moving quite quickly, even in spite of the many birds slowing it down and hounding it and circling it and diving down at it. It's still moving very fast. And it is still moving in the direction of the lair. Although you actually cannot see where Grey Rat has gone. But Grey Rat, you get turned around, you run into boulder faces that end up being just not nearly passable enough for you to make headway on it, and this forces you to do some doubling back. You do not make much distance in these last few seconds. You are not sure exactly how close this thing is yet. So we'll roll again.
Beginning to worry that he's not making as much progress as he was. The imminent danger of this unknown creature that he believes is chasing him, along with the lightning of the sky. Grey Rat begins to take this situation extremely serious. So he is going to be using some of his blood to buff his body to pick up the slack.
Okay. You feel your vitae power you. You feel it mechanize your muscles in a way that you feel strength in your legs that you didn't have before as it carries you forward at a greater pace. Go ahead and make a next roll. Unfortunately, it's still very rough terrain. It's difficult navigating this. This is the pure, unchecked wild, and there is nothing helping you, and many things getting in your way. You are not making the distance you want to, even with your increased speed.
And Galfred is in communion with Grey Rat. He's going to say, "Have you got away? Where are you?" You can hear this in your mind, Grey Rat.
He hears this in his mind, though he doesn't know how to talk. He knows it's Galfred, so he merely thinks using his mind. Grey Rat, Galfred, I don't know if you can you hear his thoughts right now?
Yeah, you're in telepathic communication with him.
You
Some
find
kind
it.
of Tremere magic.
You begin to find it hard to communicate with Grey Rat as his mind is racing and it seems frantic at this point. As if he keeps his mind is racing, doubling back on his position as he scans the area. He seems to be content on just running. The only thing you get through from Grey Rat's end is, "Not yet. He's right behind me."
And as Galfred is flying along at a good clip with Tito and Ford's torpid body, I'd like to real quick get Tito's reaction from this. What he's doing as they fly out of there like a bunch of birds.
Tito is. His eyes are wide, but at surprise of this ability, and the experience itself, but otherwise he is remaining silent.
Galfred is going to twist around and look at Tito and say, "I'm going to set you down. Grey Rat needs help." And with that, he's going to slow them to levitate in the air and bring Ford's torpid body towards him. Galfred, without any ceremony at all, is going to sink his fangs into Ford's body, hundreds of feet above the air as they levitate there and feed on him. I'm going to draw out 3 or 4 blood points. No, 3 blood points.
All right, and with full control of your flight right now, it's very easy for you to do both at once. You sink your fangs into his disgusting throat, but you find the vitae inside much more nourishing and enjoyable than his appearance would suggest, and you draw out 3 points.
I'm ravenously hungry at this point. I had very few blood points in my body when I tasted it. Would I need a self-control roll to stop?
Let's see here. You are going to need a self-control roll. The difficulty is going to be 8.
Something's immediately wrong. You can see that. You can see that, Tito, as Galfred has not stopped feeding. Something takes him over as he continues feeding, sucking hungrily on Ford's body.
Tito will rush to pull Galfred away.
You are floating in the air and actually at his mercy.
Or not on the ground yet.
Because he's in the air. He may have set you down, but he's still up in the air.
Ford? Okay.
Yeah, no, we're all still up in the air.
In this case, well, we can't have you drain him dry. Let's see, what can Tito do?
Galfred does not hear a word you say. He is lost in his hunger. He is completely lost to the beast as he drains Ford of every drop he can suck out of the disgusting husk.
Okay,
You see he's going to try that.
This would happen very quickly. I can draw out a blood point a second out of him, so it would happen very quickly.
Tito will try to get contact with Galfred's eyes. If he can't, he'll attempt to do it at a higher difficulty. What he needs to do, but he's going to attempt to use Dominate and get Galfred to calm. That will be the word.
Alright, hold on one sec. Make another self-control roll. Difficulty is going to be 7, Galfred. As you begin to fill up on this nectar that you're tasting, your beast is completely taken over, but you do begin to sate yourself. And you do gain back a semblance of control right at the precipice that you know will be the diablerie of Ford.
Galfred, he pulls his fangs out of Galfred's now withered, completely consumed corpse. His fangs extended, his blood flies from his mouth from the breezes up in the air, before looking around wildly and realizing where he is. Now, were those blood points in addition to my initial blood points, the 3 I got? Or was that total?
That's in addition.
Got it. And looking around, Galfred is going to realize where he is and see Tito looking at him before using the powers of his mind to levitate them down as quickly as possible without actually injuring them. In fact, Galfred is going to say to Tito, I'm going to go get Grey Rat. I'll meet you there. And you fall like a stone, Tito. You and Ford just plummet towards the ground, but you will stop about 7 or 8 feet from the ground, and then Galfred will let you go before turning around to fly back in the direction of Grey Rat.
Tito will acknowledge this and wait to reach the ground, and then he'll pick up Ford and continue towards London.
You fall like a sack of potatoes and hit the ground. You realize that this fall would probably break bones for a human, but your body is strong enough to endure this. Look at your sheet really quick.
And just to reiterate, Galfred did drop them, but he stopped them. He broke their fall about 8 feet above ground, and then he dropped them.
Right, you don't fall like 100 feet, but it still would be painful for the average kind. Tito, you find that Ford's body, even desiccated, is still quite heavy. You will need at least 6 strength to carry him, even at half speed, because you are wounded. This is not going to be easy for Tito at all.
Tito will just drag him then.
Alright. That's... Your move speed is already halved, and this halves your move speed 4 further times. You are moving at an imperceptible crawl. You basically can make no distance. By the time the sun comes up, you will have moved perhaps 20 feet. You know this immediately as you try to move him. You are just not strong enough on your own, and you are wounded.
Okay. How far away from London are we?
You are at least 3 hours away.
Well, since that is so futile, then he could, but still, that's not going to bring him up to 6.
Actually, you can increase and maintain your ability scores at your generational maximum +1 for a scene.
Spending what?
Spending blood.
Okay.
Yes,
Actually, quite low on blood too. So, but
that's really
sure.
the only option.
This is a desperate situation. He will spend his blood on.
Well, before you do that, I'll send you. Well, actually, send me a wit survival difficulty 6 really quickly. You're too shaken. Nothing really comes to you in the moment. You think the only way to possibly move back with him is to augment your strength.
And that's what he will do, spending more blood to enhance his strength. Tito will pick up Ford and begin to carry him.
Alright, how much blood are you spending?
3.
Okay. It's still going to be slow in your wounded state. You're still at half speed, but you think that you could make it 2/3 of the way if you walked right now, but it would be enough strength for you to perhaps find something to hide under. You could at least move the two of you together to something that's less exposed.
And he will do that.
Alright. As Tito starts to move off back into the woods, we cut back to Grey Rat. Grey Rat, I'll need another Dex Athletics from you.
And as you're running, Grey Rat, you hear Galfred in your mind. He's saying, "I'm coming to get you. Where are you? Tell me where you are."
If you're talking, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Grey Rat, holding the bodies, the 2 bodies of the victims that were in the cave, quickly scans around as he begins looking. he then refers back to Galfred. I'm within some trees. There's a clearing just ahead.
Use the birds to guide me.
Real quick, Grey Rat. You're carrying Debor. That only requires 2 strength. The Nosferatu would have required 5 strength. Did you augment your blood or augment your strength?
Thought I did. Let me look. Yeah. I had my strength augmented from the last scene.
Okay. All right, carry on.
He quickly thinks back to Galfred. I cannot. The birds slow the creature.
All right, Galfred should. He's actually turning and flying in the last known direction where he knew Grey Rat to be. Certainly, a large swarm of birds would be able to, and at least draw his attention and give him a point of reference as well as this clearing.
Oh, absolutely. It's very easy to see where the swarm of birds is. It's actually difficult to see exactly this figure you saw before. It's constantly interrupted by the sight of birds dive bombing down and swooping down and circling. It's a swarm. It's a true swarm that surrounded this thing, and it's even more impressive that this thing is moving so quickly in spite of it. You find the swarm quickly.
And as Galfred sees it through the trees, he is going to bear down and fly with all his speed towards the clearing that Grey Rat mentioned, communicating to him telepathically, I will meet you there, I'm almost there, get to the clearing.
At this, Grey Rat, hoping that salvation is just in sight, is going to be trying to get there, to get where he needs to be, the sort of rendezvous point he has set with Galfred. I'll make another roll. Two successes.
Alright, you do start to find your way through some of these rock faces. You turn around one large boulder and find a bit of space to move forward. You are progressing through this land farther from the lair behind you. The sound of the birds has become something of a signal for you, and they are getting closer. You do hear the sound of the birds getting closer behind you. So we will make another roll as Galfred begins to circle about, drawing into this clearing.
With his leather cloak flapping behind him, he is going to dive bomb and sail downwards, flying with the power of his thoughts to get close enough to where he can see Grey Rat.
And Grey Rat's going to be spending a willpower. He's become and grown frantic as he hears the birds get louder and louder behind him. These.
Right. Louder and louder the birds become. You are making distance, but not as much distance as this thing seems to be making. And this does fill you with some dread as you feel that you are growing extremely hungry. Your will to go on is being depleted. You feel like you are at your last bit of strength and effort within your vampiric body as you push yourself to your very limits, running from the sound of these birds behind you. Are you still maintaining obfuscate, or can Galfred see you yet?
No, he's dropped obfuscate for quite a while. He's looking for this clearing. He's rendezvoused with Galfred. He's running, looking up in the air.
You are...
So far, I've made
6 successes. You think you're a little bit more than halfway there. You think it's not going to be that much farther, but you are concerned at how loud these birds are getting.
It should be 7 because I spent a willpower last.
Oh, that's
time.
right. You're at 7. So you are closing in. You're at 7 successes out of the 10 you know that you need, or rather the distance you know you need to clear. So make another roll and see how much progress you and this thing makes.
Oh my god.
After not seeing Grey Rat after when he expected to, Galfred is going to sail into the forest towards Grey Rat's direction. He doesn't. I mean, branches and trees be damned. He is just going to rocket forward into the forest after Grey Rat.
Grey Rat, you realize that the sound of the birds is almost behind you. This thing has made considerable distance in the last few seconds. It's perhaps only a few moments behind you now. But you do see Galfred overhead. Describe Grey Rat as he fails to make any distance. He finds more turnarounds and more poor footwork, even in spite of all the strength he's given to his legs.
Grey Rat is running, tripping over the loose leaves and the logs as he's running through the woods, the trees, just shy of the clearing. He sees it in front of him, and he needs to get there. He's going to be shouting for Galfred. He's going to be waving his free arm in the air. Here! I'm here! As he begins running and trying and giving literally everything he has physically and mentally into this.
A dark form whipping through the trees. Galfred is flying as quickly as he can at full running speed towards Grey Rat in the direction of the shouting.
And Galfred, you would see that you can see Grey Rat, and you can see perhaps 20 or 30 meters behind him, there is some cloud of birds that is hounding something. It is not far at all.
Galfred goes horizontal as he levitates above where Grey Rat is seeing Grey Rat is still holding the two bodies. And Galfred is going to close his eyes and focus himself as he says to Grey Rat, "Open your mind. Allow me to do this." As he begins chanting Spiritus est Deus de nobis tenentur, and he's moving his hands as he begins to chant, and the air begins to warp as the trees shake and the branches snap as he invokes Potestas Modus.
Okay.
He's going to seize control of not only Grey Rat, but the two bodies that he is carrying. And the moment, and one moment you're heavy, you're exhausted, Grey Rat, you're feeling very heavy, and then suddenly, like a rocket, you shoot up into the air, and Galfred follows after you, immediately going horizontal, getting as much altitude as he possibly can off the ground.
Grey Rat, as you feel yourself pulled into the air as you let yourself be risen. You actually almost hit some of the birds that have been hounding this thing endlessly as you turn back, and you too see the figure finally through. It's here and there. Sometimes you can't see it, sometimes you can, but it is a figure. It seems to be humanoid, someone in dark brown robes, but with long flowing blonde hair, and occasionally piercing the veil of birds that surround it. You see this face. It is pale white, and something is exaggerated. Something is beautiful but unusual about it. It's a face that strikes into your memory and burns itself there. It's not quite right, but you know that it was literally moments away from catching up to you as you begin to rise into the air and quickly gain altitude away from this as it hisses in your direction. But you are, in fact, out of its grasp, out of its possible reach, as you make it into the air and fly with Galfred into the distance of the still growing light of the sky. We are going to change scenes to that's not what I want. The two of you gain altitude and have made some distance away from this thing, away from this place. You're actually further into the woods again, with its dense canopies and many branches, much unlike the deadwood. The two of you finally feel that you have a moment of safety, but only just, as you know the dawn is coming soon.
Galfred has levitated Grey Rat and the other torpid forms of the bodies well clean of the tree line. I mean, they ascend about, given my levels in thaumaturgy, about 80 feet every 3 seconds. I mean, you better believe that's some acceleration. He is going to levitate them well out of the reach of this creature until they're suspended in the air high above the trees. And I'd like to complete my role to try and maintain control of these three creatures for the scene. If that's at all possible.
I think it's, for the sake of simplicity, you are no longer in the huge threat that you are in. It's far easier. You wouldn't need many more successes to maintain control in any case.
Okay.
So you feel in control.
Well, then Galfred will tuck the dagger away that he had been using to commune with Grey Rat, and turning all four of them in the direction of where he had left Tito, they are going to just rocket off through the air, sailing at maximum speed, which is Galfred's unmodified running speed, and not hindered in any way by any obstacles. So they make very good progress, or at least I imagine they should, as Galfred basically brings them very, very high up in the air. We'll gain altitude, and we're about 300 feet above the ground as we approach the position where he had left Tito.
It's no difficulty, or it takes you really no time at all to pierce the clouds and fly through the night back to where you remember bringing Tito. Of course, it's no difficulty for you to remember anything, and you easily find the location that you left off at. And You do see that Tito is not there. He left in some direction. Tito, Vega, what... You said you were more or less looking for cover after the realization that you would not make it to London. Is that correct?
Well, heading in the direction of London, but looking for anything that could be used as cover.
Okay. Make a wit survival roll, difficulty 6. It's less stressful now that you are farther from danger. And there are a decent number of areas that would at least serve to cover your body from the daylight. I will let you know what you find. So this is what you come across and deem as a possibility.
Okay. Well, he'll place Ford there, and depending on how much light is left, he'll examine the night sky, looking for Galfred.
Make a perception alertness, difficulty 6.
And Galfred is also going to be looking for Tito with his auspex sharpened eyes.
You may also make a perception alertness, difficulty 6 minus your auspex.
Oh, that should have been private.
Well, in any case, Galfred, you definitely find Tito. You see him as he nears an overturned tree. And Tito, you as well see the floating figures that you recognize as Galfred and perhaps a few others.
Well, Tito will wave his hand towards Galfred. Whoever else is up in the air, which he assumes is Grey Rat.
And how's Grey Rat taking this in as they fly? Is he saying anything or?
Grey Rat is currently, he looks very freaked out. Being this high up, is very unnatural for him, and he doesn't seem to enjoy it. He seems to be, kind of moving his arms and legs as if trying to catch balance. He seems incredibly uncomfortable up in the air.
It's easier if you relax, Galfred calls back as the air whips by in the wind. As soon as he catches sight of Tito, they begin dropping. They descend 100 feet over the course of 3 seconds, then another 100, levitating down in a long slope. Eventually, they reach about 4 or 5 feet above the ground, and Galfred drops all of them, landing on his boots in the slick grass of the moor.
Grey Rat lands almost like a cat would on all fours as the bodies kind of clamber and hit the floor with a sudden thud next to him.
I think that's our plague bearer, Galfred says, looking and feeling exhausted after that ordeal.
Tito, too, is exhausted and has a glimpse of hunger in his eye.
Tito, the hunger in you is sharp as it has ever been, and actually, as your fellow Canaanites land and you see the Nosferatu that's been brought over, he is not as desiccated as Ford now is, and there is actually some dried blood on him. Make a self-control roll, difficulty 8.
Okay.
And Galfred sees the hunger in Tito's eyes, and he remains wary of him.
Grey Rat, you as well are extremely hungry. You are very enervated by this, and you catch Tito's eye, which draws your attention to the fact that there is some vitae in this Nosferatu you've brought along. Make a self-control roll, difficulty 7. Tito, only by sheer force of will do you feel yourself hold yourself back. You actually tremble slightly at the dried blood and the somewhat thickened sides of this Nosferatu, knowing that there is something to be had in him. Unfortunately, Grey Rat, as soon as your eyes turn upon this easy-to-take morsel, you are overcome with hunger, and you immediately bound yourself down upon its throat to begin sucking at whatever you can out of this prior of your clan. And you see this, Galfred. You see that Tito is only barely able to hold himself back, but that Grey Rat lunges forward towards this body.
Galfred produces the dagger that Grey lent him, and looking at Tito, he is going to draw the dagger across his wrist to open up his wrist and share a bit of blood with Tito. He has no desire for Tito to lose control and attack them. He's well aware it will engage a level of blood bond between them, but he, they're caught in a survival situation, and he is already feeling a strong pull of bond towards Ford's unconscious form. A very strong pull. The only thing that keeps his mind off of that pull is the pull towards his sire, which overrides all. After he draws the dagger across his wrist, Galfred is going to hold out his open wrist to Tito. Here, steady yourself.
And Tito, at seeing this fresh blood, will leap towards it to take the blood. And will Tito have to roll to prevent frenzy?
Yes, you will, but hold on that 1 sec. Grey Rat, as you begin to sate yourself, make a self-control roll, difficulty 5, as you drain the last drops out of this member of your clan. You find yourself come back from this momentary loss to the beast as you do sate yourself, but very, very quickly as you drain this thing dry and begin to feel your veins filled with the rich vitae of him, you gain some semblance of control back.
Grey Rat will slowly pull away as he looks at the body that he was just feeding on. Having lost himself for a moment, his hands will quickly shoot up to his face, a face still hidden beneath his black robes, as his hood had been draped and fallen over him during his feeding. He quickly looks around for his mask as he sees it just 10 or 15 feet away, as apparently he had thrown it off in his frenzy. He quickly clambers over to it and rushes up to it and grabs it and pushes it and begins to clap it back onto his face, as if worried someone had seen him.
Unfortunately, it's right around this time that Tito loses control as he begins feeding upon Galfred. So hungry is he that he will not pull himself away from your wrist, Galfred. You feel him. He's going to stay there until something else happens to him.
Galfred is going to give him 3 blood points, and the moment he sees that he's not going to stop, actually whisper something in Latin and summoning his powers push him away with the force of his mind.
It's incredibly easy to do so. He pays you no mind at all, and he really is too focused to make any effort to resist. You send him flying away quite easily, and it's at this moment, Tito, No, another roll is not necessary. You didn't botch. You weren't going to feed until you felt full. You momentarily lost control, but
Okay.
with a bit more vitae and this jolt that reminds you where you are and what's happening, you look around yourself and regain control again.
And the force of that throw was tremendous. As Galfred says something in Latin and pushes you away with his magic, you actually go spilling and tumbling 7 or 8 feet away from him as Galfred closes up the wound on his wrist.
Tito will lift himself from the ground, dust himself off a bit, and wipe the blood from his mouth as he begins to speak. What was that plague berry you suspect?
Yes, I believe so. It was certainly powerful. Galfred turns around to regard Grey Rat to ensure that he's all right.
Grey Rat is still hunkered down, quite close to the floor as his knees are bent, but he is standing on his feet in a crouched position. He seems to finish clasping his mask back on and slowly rises, trying to gain or regain some sort of clarity and reserve as he stands and turns to face Galfred. Come, we can rest for the day at my inn. The Pink Pearl, it is not far.
It is perhaps not terribly far in the grand scheme of things, but in the time it took to find Grey Rat, bring him over to where Tito is, finding Tito and landing here, you suspect, even at the extreme pace that Galfred can take at least several of you, you may not make it back to London before the dawn, and it occurs to all of you that you may need to find something out here, simply not to expose yourself to sunlight, which is imminent.
And Galfred is fairly intelligent. He's deducing this in his mind as he looks around the moor that they're surrounded by and trying to pick out with his mind any places of hiding where they might bury themselves for the day. And indeed the corpses as well, as they're encumbered by no less than, 3 now? 3 torpid bodies?
That is correct.
How many bodies can this log hold?
How many bodies can a log hold? If you absolutely had to, and everyone stuffed themselves in, you could fit every body into this overturned tree that Tito seems to be resting at. You see that it's split open, opening up the inside, which is quite hollow, but it's a very long tree. It's not very thick, but you know that if literally no other options existed, this would at least cover your bodies, though anything passing through in the day would find you quite easily.
Tito will respond. I found this log that we could use under a dire circumstance, but perhaps from the sky you would spot something more suitable, perhaps a cave or Something of that order. And he says that to Galfred.
Galfred looks hesitant to spend more blood to go into the air again, but he considers it, looking around and taking in their surroundings. Does it look like it would be worth to go into the air? Actually, he's going to call upon his eidetic memory while he was in the air to recall the landscape. While he wasn't actively looking for any hiding places while he was in the air, he does have a perfect memory, and he's going to be scanning it.
Although you were not looking for it, you do remember seeing something amidst a small clearing of trees where it was not quite as dense. It seemed as though there was a rocky outcropping that had some shadows in it. It perhaps was a cave. The angle, as you scan your memory, you recall the angle was not good enough for you to be certain, but it could potentially be something like a bear's cave or the like.
Galfred is going to orient himself in that direction. About how far is it from where they're standing?
You could make it before the dawn.
This way. It's our best chance, Galfred is going to say to them. And he is actually going to conjure the power of his blood to levitate these bodies so they won't be encumbered by them, and set out on foot in that direction, whispering something in Latin and gesturing with his hand as the air warps and he lifts these torpid bodies.
Alright, go ahead and make your roll. You are able to move 2 of the bodies, but Deborah is so light, really anyone could carry her, so it's no true trouble.
Deborah's body twitches and shudders, but doesn't rise into the air. Sorry, go ahead.
Looking at Galfred, wondering about Deborah's body and not seeing it levitate, he'll simply take it upon himself to sling her body over his shoulder as they begin to walk.
Does Tito recognize his body?
Does Tito recognize Deborah?
Yeah. I mean, like, what shape is his body in? Like, is it completely...
It's really mostly, the detail that would have stood out to you is the dress, really. She's not much more than, a skeleton, a collection of bones with some decaying skin on top. But the dress Tito would have recognized. He had not seen the dress like that since the night they parted ways.
Okay, so she's still wearing the same dress. Gotcha. I assume that corpse is Deborah, then.
The one and the same.
What brought you out here? Looking for her?
As they continue to walk, Greyrat seems content and satisfying Tito with idle chatter. Messiah, Lady Eleanor Grey sent me to find her. My trails led me to that cave.
I see. And with Tito satisfied, he'll continue on in silence.
Galfred remains silent, levitating the torpid forms of Ford and the Nosferatu as they walk across the moor, kind of slogging along the wet grass with his boots and his cloak, kind of skidding the grass behind him.
And you do so. The 3 of you, with your 3 bodies in tow, make your way with only minor difficulty across this forest, through the brush and the thick of the many overturned trees, the sprawling roots, and and bushes that have simply grown unchecked for so long. But you do find it. You find the rocky outcropping that you recognized might find shelter. And thankfully your image, the memory you had of it, was not mistaken. There is something of a cave that seems to go in quite a ways in creating something of a shadow, especially given the growing light in the sky is frighteningly clear now, and the shadow even more so by it.
Galfred has picked up his pace tremendously as the sky begins to lighten. And as the sky begins to lighten a bit more, he's actually noticing that small curls of white smoke are coming off his skin. And nothing with such stark clarity has prodded him along to action further, like the prospect of bursting into flames.
You make it inside the cave. It is exceptionally dark, but fortunately there seem to be no bears or anything else inside, at least at this moment. And you feel that at any moment, as soon as you find shelter within, that the day will press you into sleep.
Galfred is going to lead the way, stepping up into the cave and levitating the torpid bodies towards the very back of the cave before dropping them.
And Grey Rat will follow, kind of piling the bodies all up in one as he drops Deborah's body, and then finds a small rock where he can kind of sit down on and lean up against the back of the cave.
You think you have perhaps a few minutes before the dawn presses you into sleep, should you want to converse anymore. Otherwise, you will surely fall into torpor soon.
Galfred is silent, and for a moment it looks as though he isn't going to say anything before he speaks up, looking at Tito from across the cave. I could have dropped you up there, you know. He says quite matter-of-factly. I could have dropped you and left you to that thing.
You could have, but you didn't.
And you could have used your powers over the darkness to constrict us. But you
Tito
didn't.
nods. Like you said, we are even.
I don't pretend to trust you, High Clan, but I am regretful over what happened. Unfortunately, my ire was more directed at the blue blood than at you. But Galfred shrugs, looking, he's not physically exhausted, but he's certainly psychically exhausted.
Tito takes a look at Galfred. His previously annoyed face, softens a bit, but he doesn't speak further.
A small voice comes from Grey Rat's corner of the cave as he speaks through his metal mask. And when the sun gives way to our next moon, we can toast to your new friendship. I have reserves stored away for just such an occasion. They are back at my tavern.
Yes. And we shall herald it with this wretch. And Galfred elbows Ford's torpid form, despite the blood bond urging him not to, and find out who sent him after us.
And actually, as you elbow him, something falls loose out of his jacket. It appears to be a scroll wrapped up in red twine.
Without hesitating, Galfred quickly scoops it up from the cave floor and, using his auspex to sharpen his eyes, unfold it and attempt to read it in the shadowy recesses of the cave.
As you unfold it and you look upon the writings inside, you find that you just can't focus your eyes. They grow blurrier and blurrier as you slowly drift off into sleep from the coming day, as you all do. And we are going to take our break.
Nice.
Yep.
All right.
You'll have to read it tomorrow evening.
Oh man, I was getting a little scared there for a minute.
He was literally 2 successes away from being up to you.
Oh man, that was
Oh my
close.
God. That
That
was
gives me memories of an earlier great card game.
Oh, yeah.
the fucking chase scene, man.
Yeah, he was going hardcore. It's a damn good thing you sent your birds at him, or he would have absolutely got you.
Oh man.
Love them swarms.
Yeah, we definitely worked together to get out of that one. And Galfred's thaumaturgy, man, just flying and rocking the ritual to talk with, to like have the freaking, he's got the what is it, like the Skype chat with with Grey Rat.
The vampire Skype chat.
Right. He's like using his magic. It's just, I love thaumaturgy. It really came in handy.
One-man magical parade circus going on. I'll be right back.
I realized, though, I should have been rolling damage for the birds that entire time. Because if they do 3 damage of that gets through after soak, then the creature falls down.
I don't know. That thing was pretty powerful. Like, he probably...
Yeah, probably wouldn't have cared about a bunch of birds.
You never know.
But I don't know. I was thinking about that when I was just sucking at my rolls. I'm like, oh my god. Fuck. But turned out to be okay because I have a friend that can fly.
Phew.
Back.
Hello?
We greet you.
You want some whiskey?
More of a rum person?
Not sure what that's a reference for.
Quoting which one is it? I think it's Icewind Dale.
Ah, okay.
That and
I'm a pretty little strumpet.
I recognize that from Baldur's Gate 2.
yep. Uh-huh.
I'm out of the loop.
It's old Dungeons and Dragons games.
-1 experience to both of you make me feel bad.
Joke's on you, I don't have any to begin with. Muahaha.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. I did not expect you guys to get all the bodies out of there.
Yeah, I was trying. I was really trying.
I can imagine like Grey Rat like football running with 2 people under each arm, just like running around, trying to run from this thing.
All right. Plus, fucking wound penalties. My wound penalties were fucking me up.
I actually forgot all about that. So you're an honorable player.
I am. I kept my buffs from last session, but I also kept the wounds.
Yeah, have to be pretty mean to take away your buffs.
Well, I mean, we ended the session like right after the battle, so
Yeah.
yeah, so it all worked out in the end. We have us a friend that can fly.
It's like I'll just
Yep.
move all of you. And you're like rationing out blood in the forest. Like, okay, you need some, and now you need some, and now you're losing control.
Yeah.
It's like, how much blood do we got in these bodies we just brought with us? Like, it's
I'm
like
back.
water skins of blood out in the forest.
Yeah.
Can we just talk about the fact that I almost Diablerized somebody at 300 feet? A freaking Mile High Club. That's right.
Yeah, he was messaging me. He was like, dude, join the Mile High Club. Oh, man. Super funny.
Alright, I think we're all back, and I think we can get back into it.
Scott here?
Yep.
I think so.
Scott?
Oh, I'm here, all right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Cool, dude.
Okay. The sun rises and passes through the night sky, turning it to day and moving time forward. And we return to the city of London some ways away, some hours away, as dusk falls again. And Simon, you rise and see that Rose is already awake. And seemingly quite prepared. Seems to be over something in a small book, sitting on the bed. But she glances up from her book as she sees your eyes open.
The really strange thing about Simon, in that he doesn't have any eyelids, is that his eyes just sort of go dim when he goes to sleep. He never really closes them at all. He looks almost like a really ugly doll laying there when he's sleeping.
She turns her head slightly, perhaps seeing something different in your dead gaze. Awaken. Good evening.
Well, hello again, Miss Rose. I see you did not kill me in the morning light.
No, that would be terrible.
You did say you was a Tremere, right? Well, never mind. It's not important. Shall we go see if my friend has found anything?
She sets her small book down on the bed and rises, nodding. Yes. Did you expect him to arrive outside this building?
I assume he'll meet me right where I met him last night. Then again, those ruddy birds are rather stupid. Let's find out. You don't happen to have a hunk of mutton lying around, do you?
Oh, I'm afraid not, no.
Well, then we'll just have to improvise. I think I'll leave the bag here tonight. No use hiding my face.
Perhaps of note, perhaps not, she is no longer in her dark green gown, which was quite done up. It was something of a bit of ornamentation. She is in more simple robes, slightly more conservative. Really just something of a red frock, with the skirt ending somewhere around the shin. But she rises to follow you out.
And Simon actually whistles as he goes down the stairs, some sort of nameless tune, but rather jaunty.
You are perhaps the most amused Cainite I have met in some time.
He shrugs.
What's not to be amused about? I'll get to live every night like it's my last.
I once lived that way as well, though with not as great amusement as you seem to have.
Well, what happened?
Never mind. And she falls silent and walks out the door.
Suit yourself.
And he'll follow her outside.
Outside, much as you would expect, there's a single black crow sitting, waiting quite expectantly, and it seems to perk up as it sees you enter the night street. And it flaps a bit and caws several times as it approaches you, and I will let you know what it relays.
Simon nods at whatever information this bird's given him.
They've gone beyond the Thames,
He says.
they're in a cave to the southwest.
Rose, her eyes widen at this. They still live? Galford among them?
What does a Scalford look like? In simple terms, please, this is a bird.
He is a clean-shaven man, quite tall and fierce to behold.
What was he wearing last you saw him?
I'll actually ask Galford himself. Galford, what were you wearing last? Or what are you wearing currently?
A leather cloak, as well as breeches and leather riding boots and a leather jerkin underneath the cloak.
All right. Simon will explain to the bird. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess she's going to tell me that first.
She explains as much.
And he will tell the bird that the man was wearing the skins of cows and probably is quite tall and rather dark looking.
It caws several times back to you as it takes several steps forward, and I will let you know what it says.
The bird says he still lives. That should please you.
Rose smiles and brings her hands up, clasping them together, her mouth slightly agape as this brings clear joy to her. Thank you so much. That means a great deal to me. We should leave now, as soon as we can.
And so we shall, as soon as I give this bird what I promised it. What let it be, little friend? A dog, perhaps? A stray cat? A rat? What are you hungry for? So be it.
And he'll actually, right there, kneeling down, take on suddenly the imitation of a cat in his voice, howling into the night. He's going to use his Call the Wild power.
Alright, go ahead and roll your Charisma Survival, difficulty 6.
Am I muted?
Oh, sorry, I'm muted.
Oh,
Well, go ahead and roll your Charisma Survival, difficulty 6. It takes a few moments, but you hear the sound of rustling from one of the nearby alleys as two cats come leaping over one of these walls and comes to draw close to you. And one eyes the crow, which flaps away and flies over to a nearby ledge to watch.
Well, hello there, my little friend.
he's not actually speaking to the cat. He's speaking now in English, but in a soothing tone that says, "Come here." Both, if you can get them.
They both do. They both draw close, seemingly unafraid of your grotesque appearance.
Aren't you cute, he says. And he'll actually reach out and grab both their necks and smash their heads together.
You do so, and the two cats come colliding together, their skulls crushed into a bloody pulp. It makes a disgusting snap and crushing, cracking sound all at once, and their bloody, lifeless forms fall to the ground together. And Rose lets out a small gasp, bringing her clasped hands once in joy up to her mouth in horror as she takes a step back. But the crow is quite pleased with this. It immediately flies down over your shoulder and finds sustenance amongst the still fusely bleeding cats and begins pecking at their entrails through the opened neck.
Share with your friends if you find need to. I might have need of you again later.
It seems to be ignoring you quite content to feed now.
Simon stands then and turns to Rose.
Was that absolutely necessary?
He does look a little bit sheepish now, which on his face has a rather pronounced appearance.
I like animals, I really do. But I also like paying my debts. The bird was owed. And besides, who's going to miss a couple cats? They're a dime a dozen round here.
Well, I suppose so. She brings her hands up and grasps each shoulder. Let us be away then.
Yes, you can comfort yourself with the knowledge that those cats paid for your beloved Galfred.
She nods slowly as she begins walking down the street.
And Simon will take one glance back at the crow again before following her.
It looks up briefly to caw a brief thanks as it returns quickly to eating.
So as not to frighten any bystanders who might be about, he does draw the hood of his cloak up, covering his face in shadows.
And you find it's quite easy to do so. Even in this early evening, there are a great many shadows for you to take advantage of as you follow Rose through the streets, past the muck and the piles of old wash water. It's quite unpleasant walking through some of these streets, but you make it out into the the main street that cuts through London, and there are still a number of people out, but you are still able to, from time to time, catch up with Rose and then pause as there's a lack of shadows and more people pass by, but you keep up with her, more or less, until you finally make your way out of the city, and we transition. The two of you, following Rose's lead, walk some ways outside of the city of London through its western gate, unhindered by the guards, unhindered by really most people who are hurrying inside back to their homes. And along this road, you come to a fork that seems to jut off. This main road seems to continue on perhaps other cities, and this trailhead juts south, and you think perhaps it eventually crosses south and across the Thames and further beyond. As you look in that direction, that southwestern direction, you see the hills climb, the trees grow thick amongst the deadwood, and being familiar with the area, you know beyond that is the forested region that this bird spoke of, but it will still likely be at least 2 or 3 hours walk to get into that area. And Rose points off in that direction. This is the last that I saw them go. She turns to you.
Well then, we should make haste, and not expect them to make themselves known to us. Perhaps if they're heading back to London, we can meet them en route. If not, we might have a chase on our hands, and I'm not much good in the woods.
Truly, I do not know precisely where they might go, but I will try my best to see what I can see. I have some gifts that may help this.
Excellent. The bird did tell me that they were flying at one point. I don't know whether it was just clever wordplay, which I wouldn't expect from a crow, or something other.
Rose's eyes go back and forth in thought as to what that might mean. But then she turns back to the trailhead and begins walking in that direction. And at this point, we will try a... Let's think about this. Do joined perception survival. It's going to be difficulty 7, but modified for Rose. Rose begins leading you in a direction seemingly quite certain of it, seemingly quite certain in her decision. She seems to have seen something and seems quite determined to walk in this direction that mostly follows a trailhead. And you begin climbing into the hills and into the woods and the nature beyond. Let me think. What makes the most sense here? Because I could cut back. I think we will change scenes and cut back to see how the rest of this group fares and in what direction they end up going. So we will change scenes as we see Rose and Simon begin their descent into the nature, into the woods and the hills beyond London, hopefully making progress in the direction of their companions. We turn now deeper into the woods, not terribly long ago, as the three of you arise this evening for the first time. And let's see here. Galfred, you are actually first to arise. You see that you're fortunately still precisely where you remember being left off. The bodies you lean against still accounted for, and your companions, who have not quite risen yet, are still slumped over. The scroll you remember opening has fallen out of your hands, and it has only rolled 4 or 5 feet away in the time that you've left it.
Galfred awakens ravenously hungry as he has been expending blood very quickly over the course of the last night. He can't help but fantasize about drinking blood. It's the only thing on his mind as he awakens. But regardless, the scroll does catch his attention, and he rises, scooping up the scroll from the stone floor and ducking out of the cave, walks out into the fresh English night and unravels the scroll, looking it over.
And just as you pick up the scroll and begin walking out to see it in the light of the moon as it begins to shine down, both Grey Rat and Tito, you also arise this evening and likewise lose a bit of vitae as you animate your vampiric bodies.
Tito awakens, is still quite famished, and looks around, sees Galfred reading the scroll. He gives it some attention, but right now he's thinking of just leaving.
Grey Rat will arise for the night as he slowly stands, dusting himself off some, though it seems to help little. As he quickly moves over to pick up Deborah's body, he regards Galfred. "What have you found, friend?"
Galfred does not answer right away. His eyes narrowed, breaking over the scroll as he reads. It's gibberish. Galfred looks up to his companions as they emerge from the cave. Written in Greek, but the letters are encoded. I suspect it's a cipher of some kind, fairly common. Especially if whatever this note contains is sensitive. Sorry about that.
Yeah, at the mention of Greek, Tito's interest peaks considerably. He moves towards Galfred and says, "Let me read the scroll."
Galfred hands you the scroll. I'm able to read Greek, but of course, you will not be able to make any more sense of it than I have.
Perhaps. Tito will take a look at the scroll and see what he finds out.
I had no idea you could read, Galfred says, a touch of contempt and perhaps a touch of respect in his voice.
Tito's focused on the scroll intently.
Grey Rat looks at the both of them standing there as Tito begins to examine this new letter. Well, at any rate, I would rather pull the information from his lips myself.
We will need to feed him a bit of blood to wake him. His body is completely dry.
Yes. However, on this, I must entrust the deed to you. It seems I have many things that I must do tonight.
Our first order of business is getting those corpses somewhere safe, Galfred says, as if having trouble saying the right word or finding the right word.
Yes.
We cannot bring Ford's perfidy to attention before we determine his employers, his masters that he might be serving.
Of course. For this, you may use the cellar of my establishment, if you wish. Despite my efforts to make it extremely accessible to the local Canaanites as a part of Elysium, its authority and its location seems to be unfavorable, so no one ever comes within my establishment.
That is just as well, Galfred says. The Chantry has become full of too many eyes these nights.
Yes. I trust you two are able to get them there. Yes?
Oh no, Grey Rat. Galfred looks up, a faint smirk on his lips. You're helping us cart these bodies.
I will take Deborah. Other pressing concerns require my immediate attention.
Very well.
He readjusts Deborah on his shoulder. I will drop her at Lady Eleanor Gray's, fulfilling my promise to find her, and then I must take my leave. I may not return till tomorrow.
Dare I ask what business has you so occupied?
One annoyance by the name of Charles Wright requires my assistance. I promised him a boon a while back for having my establishment within his domain. He has come to collect, and I intend to pay.
Galfred scowls but nods. Sounds like a tedious business.
Indeed. But whatever it is, whatever task he wants me to perform, I will do it quickly, quietly, and then safely return so that we may continue our investigation. As he pauses for a moment, looking at the bodies and everything that they've done.
Galfred nods. Well, High Clan, have you made any sense of that parchment?
I can, but it will take hours. This could serve as useful physical evidence of Mr. Ford's associates, but for now, let us return to London.
That is sufficient. Galfred nods, looking weary, glancing around miserably at the twigs and the mud around them. But he is going to head back inside and grip one of the corpses by the ankle. Incidentally, it's Ford, and drag him by the ankle out of the cave. Just not exactly caring enough to carry him. He just drags him along the forest ground.
You find that he is quite heavy, and without the augmentation of blood, you are not very strong. Much like Tito, you actually recognize this similar effort you made as you see Galfred attempt to drag Ford, and it's a clear struggle. It would take all night to drag him, perhaps even a quarter of the way.
Galfred hisses and flushes his muscles with precious vitae, frustrated at every turn tonight, feeling his hunger rise, but finding this necessary to do so.
As you feel vitae empower your muscles, you do feel that it will still take time, but you could reach London with this strength, with Ford in tow, though you will not be going at any remarkable speed.
Tito will walk up and offer to help carry.
Galfred motions to the other torpid form, the Nosferatu. Of course, he could have used sorcery to levitate the bodies, but Galfred looks reluctant to do that for some reason.
We are all hungry. Let us conserve our vitae. Here, let me assist you, Galfred.
Fine. Take that one. He motions to the Nosferatu body, which is yet to be moved from the cave.
Tito will walk over and pick up the Nosferatu body.
Though not quite as heavy as Ford, you are similarly slowed down. It would require, you think, 2 more blood points worth of strength infused into your arms to carry this at a speed that might get you back to London before dawn again.
2 more points. I'm already at 2.
Did you buff tonight already?
No, I have potence.
Let me see. You do. Let me see how much you have.
Yeah, potence passively adds to strength.
You feel only 1 more point of strength would be needed to bring him back to London.
Tito will infuse his body with extra strength. The strength needed to carry this in a timely manner.
And you as well feel the vitae working through your arms as you lift this completely drained and quite horrid form of this Cainite, his fangs extended and eyes rolled back, is a true monster. Anyone seen with this thing would immediately be shocked and awed by it, but you have the strength to carry it. Though you feel the hunger is as sharp now as you remember before losing control against Galfred.
Tito will just silently carry this corpse out of the cave and continue on the path towards London.
And of course, the both of you would note that Grey Rat quietly disappeared somewhere in some direction. You couldn't possibly tell which, but he's no longer there. But the 2 of you, with 2 bodies in tow, begin slugging along back through the wilderness, back in the direction of London. And at this point, we're going to kind of zoom out and look at things from a more 30,000 foot view as we see at different times both, well, all Rose and Simon moving into the woods, into the unchecked wilds to the southwest, as Galfred and Tito dragged their bodies and carried them through the woods and over the hills and through the great and thick foliage, as Grey Rat also carries his much lighter form, really just a frail body in a dress, much lighter by comparison. And I will be taking go with Wits, Survival, difficulty 6 all around.
Is my aspects help?
Not for this, because you don't know what you're looking for specifically. This is more of a gut instinct bringing you back to civilization.
Alrighty.
You're with
not
Tito,
secret.
though. So if nothing else, you can follow him. I'll roll for Rose. Did I get one? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. So Galfred, you do not see great success on your own. You are really unsure. You know the direction, obviously. If you walked in the same direction, you would probably run into London. Though it's simply a matter of finding your way through these woods. There's just so much of it. You do see Tito not far from you. He's making some progress. He finds some purchase in the paths that actually make it past some of these larger overgrowths and tumblings of trees. Assuming that you stay within sight of him and follow him, you're able to make your way with him.
Galfred does follow after him, slogging through the thick forest with his boots, the burning thirst in the back of his throat, his only companion, looking quite surly.
And actually, Galfred, I'll have you... Something else may cross your mind. Make a... Wits, Empathy, difficulty 5. Something very likely crosses your mind as you make your way through the forest. Alright. Give me a sec. So this crosses your mind as you make your way following Tito through the rough.
Galfred remembers the token that he took from Rose, and he produces her cross from around his neck from underneath the leather jerkin, worn there, as well as the amulet that is hidden underneath his leather jerkin, as he pulls out the cross and turns it over in his hand. Though he is loath to do so, he expends more of his precious blood to reach a connection with Rose in his mind.
You feel the connection that is familiar. It's a welcome, warm connection that you recall, that you faintly detect at the edge of the ether.
All right, Galfred is going to engage in communication, silent mental communication with Rose while he is trudging along, dragging the body of Ford.
All right. And as we turn to the other side of the forest, somewhere far to the northeast, we see Simon making his way along with Rose, both of them making great strides, even in spite of her limited knowledge. It seems the two of you work well together in picking up the trails, the most likely path that was taken, perhaps even the occasional footprint. What do we see when we turn to Simon as he makes his way through here?
Simon looks markedly unhappy. He's not too fond of the woods in general. Although being a rather athletic sort, he's able to easily leap over small branches and logs that get in their way, jump up and grab onto branches to bypass rocks and other such obstacles. And all the while, he keeps looking at Rose when he thinks she's not looking, curious about her.
Rose seems focused in thought. You feel as though it's not lost on her that you're looking at her, but she seems very focused on something at the moment.
You have anything?
She silently waves back at you, waving you off for a moment, as she actually comes to a stop, looking down and closing her eyes. And what is Tito doing describe Tito as he makes his way through the forest, through the rough, making some headway on his own?
Tito is following he's using how would he go about this? He is using the environment to direct himself eastward towards London. He's quite focused on his task, but he has noticed that Galfred was following him. He has not noticed, or I assume he has not noticed Grey Rat. He probably just assumes he's slinking off, as he is often doing. But yeah, Tito is just focused on making it back towards London right now. His hunger driving him onward. Did you mute yourself, Ukar?
Sorry, just multitasking. Rose turns back to you. Simon, with widened eyes. I know where they will be, or at least where I... Trust me. She eventually stops, exasperated, and continues on at a hurried pace.
Trust you?
He says nothing more out of it, though, and follows her.
And it takes some time, but given a great deal of information, somehow Rose seemingly knows where to go, drawn by something, and perhaps with a mental image in mind, it almost seems to you, Simon, that she's pulled in a direction, and after perhaps an hour of trudging through the rough of the forest, you do see figures in the distance come into view.
Would that be them, then?
Gelfred, after some time of moving along with Tito, really dependent on Tito in his slow but sure footing amongst this, you see that it is the figure of Rose that emerges through the dense brush of the woods as she crests a hill and looks down at you. And you hear her cry out as she runs down towards you.
Galfred is trudging through the dewy grass. His looking absolutely pale. His color is very off, like he needs to feed. His eyes are sunken a bit in its sockets, and he looks very white as he trudges upward the hill, dragging Ford behind him by the ankle. "Rose," he says as he ascends the hill.
She meets you with such great force and enthusiasm, it almost sends you falling backwards as she reaches forward and embraces you, her arms wrapping around you, and her small frame and breasts press against you as you feel that familiar body press against yours, and she buries her face into your chest.
He lifts a hand and tangles his the fingers of his free hand in her hair, taking a moment and allowing her to embrace him, whilst looking over the top of her at her companion, the twisted creature that had been journeying with her. "And who is your friend?"
This is Simon. He is the one who helped me get this far. I owe him a great deal.
Aye. Greetings, Simon.
Greetings yourself.
The Nosferatu says, pulling back the hood of his cloak and revealing that horrifying, pale, and bald face.
Galfred, to his credit, does not exactly flinch at your appearance, although he clearly looks a bit disturbed as his eyes tighten.
Seems to me Rose has found who she was looking for, but my own quarry isn't among you.
And who is that?
I think you know.
Your clanmate, Galfred guesses.
It's been so long since I've seen him, I wanted to say hello.
Grey Rat is not with us. He departed at the dawn. Or at the dusk. He had business in the city.
It's all about business with him, isn't it?
Sometimes pleasure. Galfred flashes you a smile that doesn't look very nice.
In any case, how rude of me. As the young one says. Though he looks at her knowing that he can't really know if she's young or old. My name is Simon. Simple Simon, they call me, and it is a pleasure to meet you.
And he will indeed bow, holding out his arms.
And Tito, you see all this unfolding. You see Galfred moving ahead and the embrace by Rose and this new individual coming down the hill. How does Tito react to this?
Tito is a bit surprised to see Rose and this new arrival, who has identified himself as Simon, Simple Simon. But he is. He'll walk towards and see what all the commotion is about.
I am Galfred the Ipswich of House and Clan Tremere. And this, hearing Tito's footsteps behind him, is Tito Vega of Clan La Sombra.
Greetings.
Greetings yourself. This is a motley conglomeration you have, isn't it?
Rose turns from you, Galfred, to Tito in confusion and actually backs away from Tito for a moment and then returns her gaze to you. Galfred?
We have been through more than you could ever imagine, Rose. Suffice it to say, a bit of a scrap is not on our minds at this particular moment.
She looks to you, Tito, and nods in understanding, but then returns her gaze back to Galfred. The two of you look quite terrible. We must get you back as soon as we can. Let me take this. And she reaches to take the body of Ford from you.
Bring it to the Pink Pearl. There's a basement chamber there. Grey Rat assured me that it would be safe there. It is very important that no one know we have the body of Ford. His attack upon us was a violation of the Prince's decree, it is true, but we must find out who was behind it. I will strike out on my own, return to London and hunt, before returning to the Chantry.
She nods knowingly, and for such a small-statured girl, it's quite a sight to see her almost effortlessly reach for Ford and begin dragging him just as easily as you were, Galfred.
Tito, Galfred turns to regard you.
Tito looks at Galfred. Yes.
I assume we are at one purpose on this Ford matter. That parchment you have in your hand is evidence.
Oh, I will do my best to decipher it.
Galfred gives you a very long, hard look. One moment.
I didn't actually hear what you said, Tito. Sorry, can you repeat that?
Oh, I will do my best to decipher this.
All right.
Galfred quirks the corner of his mouth upward into a smirk before nodding, seeming satisfied, turning away and divesting himself from Rose before heading off in the direction of London. I'll see you at the Pink Pearl, then. We will meet there tomorrow night.
Agreed.
And without further ado, Galfred just simply walks off across the moor towards London, unencumbered and content to find somewhere where he can slake his thirst. But before he goes, he's going to call over his shoulder. It was a fine time meeting you, Simon. Perhaps we will meet each other again. Turning away and walking off.
I have hope for it.
And before anyone gets too far, Tito will look at Simon and say, realize the Nosferatu he's carrying with him, he has no purpose in actually keeping this. He looks at Simon and says, is this your clanmate? Would you mind taking him?
Simon looks at the body. Does he recognize him?
I will let you know.
Take him where exactly?
Oh, I have no clue. I believe he was Grey Rat's interest, but he disappeared.
Ugh.
Tito, make a wits politics roll, difficulty 6.
You roll that 10?
Yes, one of them. You realize this as you confer with Simon.
Well, he did already spend the blood. I guess this is a good time for Tito to ask Simon, where do you think Grey Rats would be? After all, I went out of my way to carry this.
He could have gone to see his sire, I suppose. Did he not tell you where he was going?
Tito, I will remind you real quick, sorry to interrupt, that Grey Rat did say aloud, and you were standing right there where he was going.
Oh, sorry. I completely missed it.
Oh, no problem. He said that he was going to see the Toreador Primogen, Lady Eleanor Grey, to deliver the body of Deborah.
That makes sense. Okay. In that case, Tito will... So he mentioned going to the Toreador Primogen to deliver the body of our late companion, Deborah.
Oh, sweet saints, whatever for? Is it still that dreadful woman?
Tito raises an eyebrow at this, but responds, yes, the same Primogen I'm sure you might have had an acquaintance with.
Acquaintance, that's one way to put it, I suppose. She threw a knife at me once, you know.
Sounds like a sour acquaintance. Anyway, That is where he mentioned he was going if you're looking for him. Perhaps this body could be dropped off at your sire's haven?
My sire doesn't live in London, he says darkly. I am no brother of Grey Rat, if that's what you're intimating.
Ah, my apologies then. Yes, then, you are familiar with where that would be, though, correct?
Indeed. I quite respect Grey Rat, sire.
Well, perhaps we can make the trip together.
Perhaps it would be best.
Very well, then. Let us continue.
All right, and with that, can make one more wit survival roll. Difficulty is going to be 6 again, and as long as you're all together, really it won't require too much for you to find your way back. Alright, it's quite easy for the group of you to make your way back, especially with Simon and Rose having just come that way. It's no difficulty. There's no denying the amount of time it simply takes to cross the distance, which is roughly an hour, but you do make your way back through the woods and back down the mountainside, finally outside of the woods into the plains and through the trailheads back to the main road which leads to London. And it's at this point that Rose, having been carrying forward this entire time, stops as she cannot drag a corpse through the streets and parts ways from you, Galfred, assuming you mean to walk straight into London.
Galfred is going to actually be returning directly to the Chantry. He knows that Rose is going to be taking steps to conceal the body and take it to the Pink Pearl. He knows she's a sharp girl, and he trusts her to do it.
Her gaze lingers at you as you go in different directions, and it seems as though she's perhaps heading to the back of a farmstead, or somewhere it looks like there may be a cart of some kind, you suspect. But eventually her eyes return forward, and she goes off on her own, unless someone means to follow her.
Before Galfred leaves, he is going to turn around and glance back at Rose. Rose!
She pauses and quickly turns on her heels to see you.
Where did you put them? Not saying what exactly, but knowing that she would understand.
My room. And by that, well, I'll send you something.
Galfred nods and turns to return to London and head towards the Chantry. As a quick question, as a quick aside, Vukar, I assume the Chantry has stocks of blood in reserve for thirsty clanmates, is that true?
Yes.
Got it.
And so you see Rose part ways, and you see that Galfred is heading into the city. We turn back to Simon and Tito as Grey Rat has not been in sight for some time, not since back in the wilds. But what do we see when we turn back to Simon and Tito?
Simon keeps looking over at Tito with interest. He's never really been around La Sombra for long before.
Tito notices this gaze. Although he's filthy and ragged, he does his best to maintain a proud appearance.
So, since it seems we're going to be stuck together at least a little while longer, why don't you catch me up on what's been going on in the city of late? I've heard, of course, from Tristan some of it, but I'm interested to know the rest.
Well, I assume you've heard of the latest news that Elysium was attacked, and there are only a few survivors, and we were looking into this Malkavian's prophecy to discern who is spreading a plague.
Vukar, how much of that had I heard? All of it, or did he just reveal, like, choice bits to me?
He would have revealed all of the events, including the attack on Elysium, and more or less caught you up to everything.
Okay.
And have you found anything regarding this plague?
It's possible, but that is more of what Galfred was looking into. He has not shared the intricacies of that with me.
No, he wouldn't, would he? I'm sorry, I shouldn't speak like that. I don't know the man. He just seems rather... how do you say? Like he has something wedged in his bum.
A slight smirk will come across Tito's face. Well, that would be one reason. That could be one reason. I'm sure there's another reason he has not divulged this information, but I do not wish to talk about it.
All right, suit yourself, just making conversation.
By all means, let us continue. Simon, what brings you back to London?
I love this city. I can't lie about that. And I've been away over long. I decided to come back and see how things were going. Only to come into this.
Well, dreadful as you can see. Where were you before?
Here and there. I followed my sire throughout Europe.
A traveler.
Not much good at it, I'm afraid. Didn't even learn a smattering of another tongue. Didn't learn to read. It was all just listening and watching. Although one, I suppose, can learn much from that as well, eh?
That they can. Although, just listening could be difficult if you don't understand the language.
True that, true. So, what brought you into the company of a Tremere and a Nosferatu?
The event that binds us all together. We are the remnant that survived that night.
Oh, indeed. So have you forged yourselves a coterie then?
Of a sort.
Well, that is interesting. And what about Rose? How does she play into all of this? Besides having an unnatural love for this scalp.
I'm going out of character. I'm going to assume that her devotion has all the telltale marks of blood bond, because I don't recall if Tito actually ever saw that take place.
You definitely did not see it. You can make an intelligence awareness difficulty 9 to come up with that conclusion on your own. It seems like pure infatuation. To all outward lookers. Alright, I will let you know.
I may as well reroll that 10. Okay.
So that is what you come up with.
Okay. Yeah, she is quite close to Galfred. Almost a fanatical devotion at that. What spurs it on, I can only guess.
Ah, well, I suppose it's none of my business anyway, being I'm new here.
Perhaps it is worth note that she was not there during the attack on Elysium.
Indeed. And who did we lose exactly? I knew many of the faces of the city before I left, you see. At least in passing.
Tito turns grim for a moment as he thinks back on all the lives lost. Plenty, at least 2 for each clan. Or 1 from each clan, that is.
A pity. Well, this certainly cannot go unpunished, can it?
No, it cannot. That's our task of figuring out everything. Which we hopefully might get closer with Ford.
Yes, about that. The bodies you carry with you, they interest me. Who are they exactly?
This Nosferatu of your clan, I am not aware of what part he plays. Among them was Deborah, which I've mentioned was once part of our coterie, and Ford, in which ambushed Grey Rat and Galfred and pulled me along, which I'm sure he is regretting thoroughly at this moment.
And that's what your friend Galfred meant about being at odds with the Prince's decree, yes?
Yes. There is a tense moment.
This is a rather savory connection of events, I must say. I do so love a mystery.
Tito nods in response.
Please tell me if I'm boring you.
No, not at the moment. It's pleasant to have company Tito does avoid his gaze on Simon, however.
Ah, yes, well, I'm sure I can say the same.
Tell me, how far are we?
Now, let's see.
Do I have an idea how much further it is to London?
Not far at all now. Seems we've conversed away the entire trip.
Wonderful. Well, we will have to think of how to get this body into the city, of course.
Could be rather difficult. We can't just carry him in, can we?
No. That would not do.
And though I'm rather wary, I'm not strong enough to carry him on my own. My spine did become rather twisted in my embrace. It has made me rather a feeble specimen, unfortunately. Although still light on my feet.
Tito looks at Simon, kind of curiously, wondering if he truly does not have the ability to carry this body. Showing some doubt.
You don't believe me?
Considering our condition, I have my questions.
I do not possess the strength of some of my clanmates. It is a gift, unfortunately, I have not learned. Not yet.
I see. Well then.
We'll simply have to get him into London using our wits rather than our strength.
Very true.
And at that, you can both make wits. Either wits stealth or wits legerdemain. Difficulty 7. 6. It's not that difficult. All right.
Perhaps we can use one of those carts near one of the outlying homes. What do you think?
And as Tito will respond, excellent, I was thinking the same thing. It's good to see we are on the same page.
Indeed.
Right. And so the two of you, I assume, head off in the direction of the nearest homestead with one of the many wood-wheeled carts, unless one of you means to do something else beforehand.
Well, while we are out here, Tito is absolutely famished. Is there... I guess he'll ask Simon to procure the cart while he looks for something to sate his thirst.
Well, there's a good number of farm animals, but not many people out.
None at all. Do a search for him.
Well, you could try, let's see. You're more or less out in the... You're outside of London, you're not terribly far, but you're still in that semi-countryside area where homes are somewhat few and far between, and so it's a lot of grazing land with the odd cottage here and there, but it's really not dense enough to be hunting like it is in the streets of London. But you can make a... go with perception, alertness, difficulty 8.
And how long has Tito spent on this?
That was kind of just your look around.
Just
probably.
a quick glance. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, at this, Tito will have a look of disappointment on his face as he does not notice anyone to feed on. So he will just focus on getting back into the city.
Does Simon follow the request to move to find this cart?
Indeed he does. He obfuscates himself as he heads through the brush towards one of the nearest homesteads, in case anyone should hear him fumbling around down there.
Make a general Dex stealth. Difficulty will be 7. Oh, it's incredibly easy for you to find, not just find, but very quietly and quickly move among the farm home and procure one of these carts and cart it off. You find a nice little hole in the rickety wooden fence to pull it through. It's all set up right for you. You very quickly bring back a cart to not far from where you left Tito, and the family inside is none the wiser. So Tito, you see, with astonishing speed, your companion has already returned just as you began making your way towards the city. I assume you're still carrying those ferocious, unless you left them on the street or the road.
Not sure. Since nothing was said, Tito will still be carrying the body.
So you see Simon return quite quickly, or you see a cart. You maybe hear the sounds of the wheels turning coming up behind you.
Tito is a bit surprised and pleased that Simon was so quick in getting this cart. And moves towards the cart to place the body inside.
If you're talking, Scott, you're muted.
Simon makes his presence known again, dissolving out of the shadows.
Quite an easy matter when you know how to go about it. Much easier than stealing a person, I can assure you.
Shall have to take your word for it, but quite impressive nonetheless.
Thank you, he says, bowing. Right then, there's nothing for it. I'll have to ride in the cart, and you'll have to haul it along.
Tito nods in agreement.
There's an excess of linen and cloth sacks and wrappings for you to hide both Nosferatu in the cart. And you are strong enough, and the cart makes travel and carrying the body significantly easier than it was simply lugging him through the woods. And you're very able to bring the cart into the city. At this point, we will switch scenes to catch up with Grey Rat. Grey Rat, we last saw you as you were in the woods making your way out. Where do we find Grey Rat now as we turn back to him and these developments are happening?
Grey Rat is currently sneaking around the shadows and the alleyways of London as he makes his way obfuscated up to the gates of Lady Eleanor. He's going to be making a very careful look around as he cannot approach the gate obfuscated, but if he does reveal himself, he will be seen holding a very old and decrepit body, and he does not wish to alarm any of the mortal scene, so he's just making sure everything is clear before he approaches the gate.
I think here. Kind of as we see you move through the city very carefully carrying this body with you, make a Dex stealth roll, difficulty 7.
Dex.
It takes some time, and you have to be quite careful with the guards patrolling. Tabor is not very heavy, but it's just not that intuitive. It's not that easy, not quite as easy as you expected when you were not as free as you're used to being. But you do it. You make it through the city, moving from shadow to shadow and avoiding the guards. And you do make it outside of Baynard Castle, Lady Eleanor's estate. But before you go in, or rather before you knock at the door, make an intelligence politics roll, difficulty 8. You can re-roll that if you want. Alright, let me send you something. You come to this conclusion right as you reach the door, and it gives you pause, at least for a moment.
He thinks of this and is not troubled by it at all. This is the sort of treatment he's used to having. So he kind of grits himself and approaches the gate, knowing full well what his treatment will be.
All right. Did you say you were knocking at the door, or did I assume that?
Making a quick search around and making sure there are no mortals within eye or earshot of the gate, he will knock on the gate.
The street's very, very quiet. You saw to that as you made your way up. You're quite skilled in stealth, skilled enough at least to know not to try this without people being around. So you're quite free to knock at the door.
And he will do so, revealing himself.
You drop your hidden nature and begin knocking, and it's not terribly long before the same man who greeted you and Edgar just perhaps the night before in such a rude manner sees you alone, but seemingly more aware of his place and the desires of the estate. He treats you with slightly more respect as he speaks up. Hold on just one moment. I will go and fetch my lord. He says this as he peers through a crack in the door.
And Grey Rat remains motionless as he waits for the man to open the gate, though he does make another quick glance around behind him, so as to see if anyone is approaching or anything.
You don't have to wait too long before the door opens again and you see Isaac Lavelle return in very similar attire, quite leisurely but quite elegant and aristocratic. He opens the door quite full and actually pauses for a moment as he sees you're holding something and is taken aback a little bit. His eyes fix upon you and his face is inscrutable for a moment. But he continues opening the door and lets you in slowly. What is that?
Grey Rat steps through the threshold as he answers. This is Lady Eleanor's child, Deborah.
Oh. Well, not exactly, but close enough. He says, seemingly about to correct you, but thinking otherwise. He shuts the door behind you. Do I want to know how you came about this?
All will be explained in the company of Lady Eleanor.
I'm sure she will be quite enthralled with your tale. I will go get her. And he leaves you in the entryway, not leading you to the parlor as before, but simply letting you wait there as he ascends some of the stone steps up through this keep. And he returns again some minutes later with Eleanor Grey in tow as they both descend together. This time, no bodyguards are present, it's just the two of them. But Eleanor pauses, walking down the steps, seeing you return, perhaps surprised. Oh my. It seems you have returned.
Yes. As he quickly moves the body off of his shoulder and into position of both of his arms, as he slowly kneels down to lay her on the floor of the waiting room. This is Deborah, or as he looks down, was.
Her face sours as it tilts slightly, looking down. Godfrey's grandchild is no more. Too many of my clan die these nights. I had begun to feel as much, and her slayer, tell me, how did you punish them?
Grey Rat's face kind of contorts underneath his mask as he thinks about the creature that they had just narrowly escaped. I did not.
You come back to me. You bring me the corpse of Deborah, tell me another of my clan is dead, and that there was no justice for Deborah. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes. As he slowly nods his head. Again, seeking justice was not a part of our arrangement. You simply instructed me to find her whereabouts. She is here. And he motions to the floor. If it was justice you seek, Lady Eleanor, that would be quite the job. As the creature, his voice lingers. The thing that has done this to Deborah seems he has been collecting very many Canaanites, a ravenous beast of which I narrowly escaped with my life, merely bringing you this.
Going to change mood a little bit. You see a change in her expression from sorrow as she looks upon the body of Deborah in your arms to anger. And her eyes fixed at you, she gives a slight tap to Isaac, who the both of them still on the steps leading down to the end. She is a few steps higher up, as though symbolizing her status above all. And with this tap, Isaac steps further down to take the body from you. He is silent, but he takes the body unless you mean to hold it or do something else.
Grey Rat has I'll reiterate, has gently placed the body on the floor at his feet, and then he merely steps back a few steps as he realizes he is moving forward to take the body. He has absolutely no quarrel to try and stop him.
And he does so. He leans down and picks up the small corpse, really just a decaying skeleton in a torn dress, and carries it away. Very well. Then I believe we are done. And she turns to walk back up the steps away from you.
Almost, Lady Grey.
She pauses, but does not turn back.
I have presented you with your child, though the outcome, gruesome as it is, you still need to fulfill your end of the bargain and give me some information as to where this Cappadocian is.
She turns slowly. I said perhaps we would have something to talk about. We have talked. I did not like what you had to say, and now we are done talking.
Grey Rat takes a moment to look at her. Very cold and rigid. As you wish. He slowly bows. I will spread the word how you treat those who do you favors.
She laughs at this. S'il vous plaît, did you honestly believe I would help you? You, the one they say stabbed the Magister in the back, the one who associates with that disgraceful Tremier after his detestable exhibition. Absolument no. I was never going to help the likes of you.
Grey Rat's still standing there looking at her. He has nothing really to say, although he will stare at her as he does a slight bow, although it pains him to do so. As you wish, Lady Grey, and I wish your clan a fruitful prosper.
She simply gives you a cold glare, watching you from high up in the steps.
Grey Rat refuses to remove himself as he stands there glaring at her.
Off with you. She takes a few steps forward. Are you deaf? I said off with you.
His head slightly tilts to the side as he looks at her. For but a few moments longer, before he quickly turns on his heel, whipping his robes behind him, and proceeds to leave.
You feel her glare on your back the entire time that you open the door and make your way out into the street, empty-handed. Despite all that you did to acquire Deborah and bring her back, you are left empty-handed. How is Grey Rat reacting to this as he enters the street?
Grey Rat seems composed and very much like he normally is, very rigid and graceful as he walks and moves as if his body is floating on top of the cobblestone as his robes conceal him and his movements. He, on the surface, seems very calm and collected. However, those who know Grey Rat know that there is something terrible brewing within him.
And as Grey Rat steps into the night without anything to show for the great effort that he went for the entire venture of bringing all of them to so close a grisly death. That's something they still don't understand, and having nothing for recompense. We see the city line of London as we end the scene and end the session a few minutes early.
Damn it.
The next scene would take too long, and I don't want to rush it for sure.
All right, I guess.
God.
I think that's a good pausing point.
Let me tell you something, man. Lady Eleanor Grey, she's playing with fire. Fucking stiff in the Nosferatu. Like, I would never do that. Just stiff a Nosferatu, just be like, no, thanks, now get the fuck out of my house.
That's not good. That is
Like,
not only a slight to Grey Rat, that's a slight to the entire clan.
Right, because they're information brokers, right? That's their stock and trade. They do things for people.
And now that Eleanor has just spread her butt cheeks, okay, and laid a giant mud monkey right over the reputation of the Toreador in the eyes of the Nosferatu, it's not good for their entire clan as far as the Nosferatu are concerned.
I think that in conjunction with an earlier mental roll, Grey Rat would deduce like a line has been drawn in the sand, and the Toreador, or at least Eleanor Grey, has absolutely no respect for the Low Clans right now, and that's been made painfully clear tonight.
Well, true. I mean, he, from his mental roll that I succeeded on, I understood that she was probably not going to treat me the best. Like, gonna treat me like crap. I understand that. Okay, she doesn't like me, I don't like her. But as far as the deal was brokered,
yeah, man,
between her and Grey Rat,
she freaking turned her back on a boon.
That was a boon. That was, I do you a favor, you do me one.
Right,
that is Camarilla 101.
It's not even like Camarilla law. It's like just vampire society. You don't do that.
You don't do that.
But technically, she only said that you would talk.
I don't know.
Oh, she's definitely playing with fire. There's no doubt about that.
I mean, just to let you know, Galfred does not care for that bitch either. Like, he would probably help you in ruining her day. Her night, rather. But he is working with Bella Matea to get this play off the ground. I don't think Eleanor Grey is going to be happy about that. So, something to look forward to.
Oh, yeah. This has set something in motion that will probably not reap anything for a while. But this is not good.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, if I was Eleanor Grey, I would not be surprised to find my house swarming with, like, rats and shit. Like,
or a horse head in her bed.
Yeah, I
Godfather
know.
On her.
Don't fuck with the Nosferatu. Just don't.
Out of all the Low Clans to fuck with, I would not fuck with the Nosferatu.
Right. Like,
straight up.
Tremere are a close second, though. I wouldn't want to make the Tremere mad.
I don't want to make any of them mad, really, either or two.
Right.
But yeah, she's shitting all over everything.
Yeah, she made a mistake. Tonight.
It's on.
Yep, she made a mistake.
All right. Let's go around and do votes for most entertaining role player, and we can start with Daniel.
I gotta give it to Galfred. The magic in making us all fly and saving my ass, like, at the last second. I mean, I was sweating. I couldn't even touch my mouse. My hands were, like, super sweaty. I was like, that thing's gonna fucking catch me. That's it. I can't get away from this thing. And then flying in, fucking lifting me up and all the bodies. That was some awesome play. That was really, really cool.
That cost a fair amount, but that was really impressive for sure.
Yeah, it's like I can only imagine the blood cost on that. But then he like used all of it, went back, used more of it, and it's like his management of his blood pool was like that alone was super like, damn, dude.
Thank you for flying to Mir Airlines.
All right, so we got one for Mike. Mike, how about you?
Oh, I got to give it to Grey Rat, man. He was selling that fear on that thing that was chasing him. I really truly believed, because like a lot of players, when they're being chased by something obviously like overwhelmingly superior to them, a lot of them won't sell. They won't be like, oh, they won't play up the fear. And no, I could tell Grey Rat was desperate. He was like screaming, "Help me!" Like, it just made the scene that much more vivid, that much more realistic, and I thought it was really awesome. I think everybody did great tonight, but Grey Rat earns my vote for that because he sold his fear.
Yeah, I agree. That was a really intense scene that took a lot out of me personally, and I wasn't even the one running away. So that was fun to play. Go with Scott. How about you?
It was a rough one tonight, but I think I'm going to give it to Galford as well, because that was clutch victory right there.
Yeah. Super clutch.
Oh, thanks, man.
Cool. And Snap, how about you?
Alfred.
Oh.
Just flying us out of there like Tito probably would have died because he's slow and crippled.
Yeah, you would have not been having a good time at all if someone didn't do something for you, because you were not healing that ag fast enough. You would have been limping out of there while this thing ran at full speed.
Well, like I was saying to Daniel, like if Galford didn't have that sorcery, like I don't know what we would have done. Like we would have been in some shit.
Yeah, basically, like an overview without giving you all the details. This thing had a distance to cross, which was much larger than the distance you guys had to escape. But if you didn't get far enough away fast enough, and that was kind of like, how much talking are you doing while this thing runs, then it has the ability to track really fucking well.
Yeah.
So that could have gone south easily. Like that could have been a death for at least one character easily.
Yeah, no, I'm really yeah, thanks guys. That was a lot of fun to roleplay that scene. I mean, Galfred just pushing his sorcery to new limits. It's like I was saying to Daniel, I really feel a lot better about my character now because it's really nice to see some success for once. And it was just awesome tonight.
Boy, if there was ever a time to succeed, it was tonight.
I know, right?
Good job.
Galfred, I know your thaumaturgy roll's a bit shitty, but you really need to come through for us right now.
Well, I really like the after scene where it's like everyone was depleted in every possible way. It's like, it's how I imagine real people would be in the wilderness. Like, we don't have any food, we're all exhausted, and we're way the fuck away from anything. And it's like, this is like the vampire equivalent.
Right, exactly. And we're like I had to subject myself to a freaking partial blood bond to Ford of all people, just so I could have the strength to like pull it off.
Yep. There were a few blood bonds starting there in that desperation.
Yeah, I was like passing my blood to Tito. I mean, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I'm glad that scene went really well, as far as I could tell. So I'm glad that turned out well. I think the whole session went great, and we have a new character in the game.
Nice.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, I really like your new character better, Scott, than Edgar.
Thank you. Me too. I think I'll have a lot more to do.
It shows.
So yeah, everyone will be getting one experience, and then there's going to be a bunch of unique things that I'll be handing out for stuff that happened tonight. So that's one automatic for everybody. Galfred, you have 3 votes, so that's automatically 1 bonus experience right there. And Grey Rat, you get 1/3 of an experience for your vote. And again, I'll be sending out PMs for some bonus things that people are going to be getting. But yeah, that's it. Great session. I'm super pumped every week, and I'm really looking forward to next week for sure.
Cool, guys.
Cool.
All right. Everybody have a good night, and I'll see you guys next week.